What's up, cool people? Welcome to another study stream Saturday. Yeah. Okay. So, not sure there's really too much that needs to be explained. It's starting with Bible study, then getting into some gaming stuff. I might try and do more than 2 chapters of Bible study this week. We'll see. But, yeah. Anyway, uh, my work shift ended an hour earlier than normal today. It was scheduled that way. Nothing went wrong or anything. It was scheduled like that. So, that's me starting the stream like an hour earlier than normal. But, yeah. So we're doing the Bible study however many chapters I end up maybe getting through. I'm going to hop into some Gems of War after that, because, like, I have a bunch of stuff to catch up on for the week in that game. And, you know, being a guild leader in said game, kind of don't want to not do a bunch of that stuff. Or, that was some weird grammar in there. But, anyway. Guild leader, trying to kind of set the tone on that sort of stuff. Even though not all of it's guild related, but whatever, I digress. So yeah, I would just hop right into Digimon Survive after the Bible study stuff, but yeah, really would like to catch up on that Gems of War stuff first. I also may end up ending the stream an hour earlier than normal just because of starting in an hour early. I don't know, we'll see. But whatever the case is, that's the general plan. And, yeah. I don't know if there's really much of anything noteworthy in my personal life that I should mention, other than it's official that I'm going to be doing some physical therapy to try and help out with the knee pain. But I can get more into that later if, you know, somebody actually comes into the chat and asks about it or anything like that. Which, starting an hour early means that might all get thrown out of whack. But, anyway. Oh yeah, also, we're getting close to the end of August. Next month is September. AKA, if you're, you know, familiar with me and stuff that I've done for at least the past year, September is also known as Shortstember around here. I am really not sure how I'm going to pull that off this year, considering I already have a daily upload schedule. I didn't upload as often a year ago. But anyway, yeah. We'll see how it works. I'm sure the first day is just going to be a, hey, yeah, so I don't really have a plan. Here's a couple of thoughts, but anyway. Okay. Enough on the updates and whatnot. I think we'll just get right into Bible study stuff, because the longer I sit here and talk, the less likely I'm going to be able to get any more than 2 chapters of Bible study done. And I really would like to, at least at some point soon-ish, get more of that done. A, to catch up with my gaming videos, and B, to contribute to an extra week of backlog for roughly 2 months from now, when I go on a trip for a week and won't be able to do any of this stuff. So, anyway, on to the Bible study stuff, I guess. Let me make sure I've got that prepared. Also pop out the kick chat for that purpose. Okay. Chat windows are good to go. Bible study tab is good to go. Alrighty. So yeah, we're starting with chapter 19, and then I'll just go however long I can. You know what? One other thing, real quick before I get into that. Not that I assume it's going to be a big problem, but if at any point I have to look something up on a site that would potentially have loads of ads, let me turn on my ad blocker so that doesn't outright tank the stream. Anywho. Okay, yeah, I don't really feel like beating around the bush today with any of this stuff. So, I'm gonna just get right to it. Explanations and, context for the chapters, I'll just explain once I start recording things anyway, because I will want those to be in the YouTube videos that I then edit later. So, here we go. Okay. So, we're looking at Deuteronomy chapter 19. There's been just kind of a random set of things being mentioned as different, I don't know if you want to call them rules, laws, commands, whatever, but Moses honestly repeating a lot of what's been said before to the older generation of Israelites that are now dead. But, yeah, there's been some extra stuff also mixed in there regarding stuff that really is, it applies more specifically to when they get into the Promised Land and settle there, and other things that are going to happen after that. And I know the idea of these cities of refuge kind of applies to that, but let's see what it says here more specifically. Because there was previous mention of cities of refuge, and, kind of how they would work. But let's just see what this chapter says here. So, Deuteronomy chapter 19. Here we go. When the Lord your God destroys the nations whose land he is giving you, you will take over their land and settle in their towns and homes. Then you must set apart 3 cities of refuge in the land the Lord your God is giving you. Survey the territory and divide the land the Lord your God is giving you into 3 districts, with one of these cities in each district. Then anyone who has killed someone can flee to one of the cities or of refuge for safety. Okay, so this sounds a bit like the explanation that was given for these cities previously. I don't remember there being specific mention of 3 of them, based on certain subdivisions in that way. Footnote there. Well, that sounds very different. Survey the territory. Notably different than keep the roads in good repair. But, I guess the idea in either case is, make sure that these cities are easily accessible for these kinds of situations. And we'll get to why they would want them to be easily accessible probably here a bit later. So, yeah, let's move along to verse 4 then, I guess. If someone kills another person unintentionally, without previous hostility, the slayer may flee to any of these cities to live in safety to live in safety. For example, suppose someone goes into the forest with a neighbor to cut wood, and suppose one of them swings an axe to chop down a tree, and the axe head flies off the handle, killing the other person. In such cases, the slayer may flee to one of the cities of refuge to live in safety. Okay, pretty self-explanatory there. Accidental killings, the people can run here to live safely, with the idea that, other family members may want to, seek out the killer, even in the case of an accident. If they don't know for sure that it's an accident, they might want, some revenge. But, these cities of refuge are supposed to be safe places where, you can't just go up to somebody and be like, "You killed my brother, die." No. There's a certain process that hopefully we'll get into here. If not, I'll explain what was previously stated related to that. But there's a certain process that needs to be followed regarding these kinds of situations, especially when the cities of refuge come into play. So, verse 6. If the distance to the nearest city of refuge is too far, an enraged avenger might be able to chase down and kill the person who caused the death. Then the slayer would die unfairly, since he had never shown hostility toward the person who died. That is why I am commanding you to set aside 3 cities of refuge, and to make sure that they're easy to get to. As mentioned, kind of up in this section-ish. Verse 8. And if the Lord your God enlarges your territory, as he swore to your ancestors, and gives you all the land he promised them, you must designate 3 additional cities of refuge. He will give you this land if you are careful to obey all the commands I have given you, if you always love the Lord your God and walk in his ways. That way, you will prevent the death of innocent people in the land the Lord your God is giving you as your special possession. You will not be held responsible for the death of innocent people. Okay, so if the territory of the Promised Land, aka Israel, gets bigger than what they're initially going to conquer, they're supposed to have more cities of refuge, because again, they need to not be too far away. They should be easily accessible to where someone who is planning on getting revenge likely wouldn't get there before the killer. Sorry. Oh, man. Work wears me out, man. Anyway. Okay, then we get to verse 11. But suppose someone is hostile toward a neighbor and deliberately ambushes and murders him, and then flees to one of the cities of refuge. In that case, the elders of the murderer's hometown must send agents to the city of refuge to bring him back and hand him over to the dead person's avenger to be put to death. Do not feel sorry for that murderer. Purge from Israel the guilt of murdering innocent people, then all will go well with you. Okay, so it doesn't seem like it's going to obviously get into some of the other details of this that were mentioned before. So just to include that for context and understanding as well, the way that this whole process was supposed to work, to my recollection, was that, the murder, especially if, a person murdered someone accidentally, they were to flee to the city of refuge. These places are not places where anybody's supposed to be killing anybody, especially not for revenge. They're safe havens. Duh, cities of refuge. But they're able to, through consulting, I guess, the elders of of the town they're coming from or whatever, they're able to, basically put the murderer on trial in a sense, and if it's found that they're guilty, that it was intentional, that there was any sort of hostility, then okay, they're guilty, they get sentenced to death as well. Eye for eye, life for life kind of thinking there. But if it's determined that, the murder was accidental, such as in the example given up here about, the axe head and whatnot, then that person is, supposed to be able to continue to live in the city of refuge. They won't have to worry about anybody getting revenge on them for the accidental murder. And I think once a certain time period or event elapses, then they might even be able to go back to their hometown and still live in safety, without being worried about revenge for that incident. So, that's why at some parts here, it's specifying, okay, if it's accidental murder, then yeah, they get to live here. If it's intentional, don't worry. There's stuff you can do to, see this through, figure it out, and, give them their just punishment. But if it's accidental, killing them in revenge for something they didn't mean to do isn't deemed just either. And you don't want to add to the number of innocent deaths because of some fluke accident that really wasn't meant. So, yeah. I think when it mentions in this last sentence of, purging the guilt of murdering innocent people, that is more so what it's referring to. If there was an accidental killing, but, murdering that person is basically equivalent to murdering an innocent person because they didn't mean it. There was no, it's an accident. You don't consider somebody guilty of something that's an accident. So anyway, that kind of explains the whole cities of refuge thing. It might mention some related things in this next section. I don't know for sure. I just thought I should mention that for greater context and understanding. So, then we move along to verse 14. When you arrive in the land the Lord your God is giving you as your special possession, you must never steal anyone's land by moving the boundary markers your ancestors set up to mark their territory. Sorry, their property. I was going to say territory there, but that just flowed off the tongue a bit better. Anyway, you must not convict anyone of a crime on the testimony of only one witness. The facts of the case must be established by the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. I would assume at least 2 or 3. It's easy enough for one person to lie. Having 2 or 3 intentionally lie would be a lot more difficult. Like, odds are either one of them's going to crack, or their stories aren't quite going to line up, or something. But anyway, so yeah, don't move boundary markers for the properties, and make sure there's multiple witnesses when trying a crime. And then verse 16. If a malicious witness comes forward and accuses someone of a crime, then both the accuser and the accused must appear before the Lord by coming to the priests and judges in office at that time. The judges must investigate the case thoroughly. If the accuser has brought false charges against his fellow Israelite, you must impose on the accuser the sentence he intended for the other person. In this way, you will purge such evil from among you. Then the rest of the people will hear about it and be afraid to do such an evil thing. You must show no pity for the guilty. Your rule should be life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. So, I mentioned the whole life for life, eye for eye thing earlier. Didn't realize that was coming up later in the chapter. Coincidence. But, yeah. So, in the Ten Commandments, it mentions not bearing false witness against your neighbor. This is like literally exactly what it's talking about. We often interpret that to mean a little bit more nowadays. And I'm not saying it completely doesn't apply to other situations, but this is like clearly, obviously, the primary intent of that commandment and what it's talking about. Like, if you're making false accusations against someone, that isn't fair. And sadly, our world in this day and age deals with that quite a bit. There's also the flip side of the coin, where there are people who are guilty of things and never actually get charged of it because nobody wants to listen to, their victims. But, anyway, so, this, that makes me wonder if, the last statement here regarding the consequences and whatnot, although the sentence before it just says, show no pity for the guilty, that, I think that stands to reason then that, it applies to both people who are actually guilty of crimes, but also people who are guilty of false accusations for said crimes. So, yeah, I kind of had another thought in here, but then I got sidetracked. So, with regard to the punishments for these kinds of things, like, a lot of it seems like death penalty or nothing, just about. There are some things where it's like, no, the penalty is not death, but there's a lot of stuff that's mentioned in these commands that's like, nope, gotta weed this stuff out, person's dead, they're gone, get rid of them, because we can't stand to have this among God's chosen people. And it kind of makes me, it reminds me a lot of kind of the more absolute and stricter consequences that are often, associated with childhood. Like, there's generally, you try to keep things a lot simpler when it comes to children, where it's just like simple yes or no in certain things. you don't really give so much gray area, or at least a lot of people don't give so much gray area because a little kid's brain might not be ready to understand those kinds of things. Just from a developmental standpoint. So, and also, like, you tend to want to try and have the harsher punishments early on to, as I've said before, regarding this context of this chapter, or this book, more accurately, and these commands being given, it's like, okay, you come down hard early on, so it's clear that this is not acceptable. And, you want to basically remove that habit from the child, or in this case, the group of people, the group of God's children, you might say. You want to try and remove that idea and or behavior from that situation, so then they're not inclined to try and repeat it later. So anyway, that was the thought that I was trying to remember, by the way. So that's all I really have to say, I guess, regarding Deuteronomy chapter 19. Also, random unrelated note, stream has not dropped a single frame yet. Yippee. Compared to stream issues I was having not even a month ago, this is great. Okay. Whatever. Yes, I know I have my ad block on, and I'm not supporting you with ad space showing up. I'm sorry. I'm just trying not to bog down my live stream. Speaking of the live stream, I do think I'm going to maybe turn down my microphone volume a little bit in OBS. Just by 1 decibel. Because I've noticed it kind of somewhat peaking quite a bit on that track in OBS. So yeah, anyway. Okay. I guess we'll move right along to the next chapter. Here we go. All right. So now we're looking at Deuteronomy chapter 20. Past few chapters have been a lot more about things for the people to do once they settle in the promised land. So, bit more of an expansion on things, more so than just, restating previous commands. Some of them, yes, might have been stated before, but it's also, more specifically saying, hey, when you settle in here, do this thing. That, yeah. Then things will be better off for you amongst each other, and, the general group's relationship with God will also be better for it. So, given this subheading here, this doesn't seem like it's probably going to be a whole lot that was mentioned in previous chapters, but I'm not going to say outright that it won't be. Especially if it gets into stuff with, outright destroying all the stuff of the peoples that they take over. But anyway, let me just dive into the chapter here and let the verses kind of speak more so for themselves. So here we go. Deuteronomy chapter 20. When you go out to fight your enemies, and you face horses and chariots, and an army greater than your own, do not be afraid. The Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, is with you. When you prepare for battle, the priest must come forward to speak to the troops. He will say to them, Listen to me, all you men of Israel. Do not be afraid as you go out to fight your enemies today. Do not lose heart or panic or tremble before them. For the Lord your God is going with you. He will fight for you against your enemies, and he will give you victory. Okay. So, I mean, we've had some statements previously to not be afraid of their enemies that they're going to fight in the Promised Land. But this now specifically mentions, it says the priest. I assume the high priest in this case, because, like, there's generally more than one priest in total, but high priest would make the most sense. Which, was Aaron before. So my understanding in the context of this chapter would probably be his son Eleazar. But details, not that important. But anyway, presumably the high priest is also supposed to encourage the troops before they go into the battle to not be afraid, because God will be with them. So long as they're actually continuing to follow God. So then, verse 5. Then the officers of the army must address the troops and say, "Has anyone here just built a new house, but not yet dedicated it? If so, you may go home. You might be killed in the battle, and someone else would dedicate your house. Has anyone here just planted a vineyard, and not yet eaten any of its fruit? If so, you may go home. You might die in battle, and someone else would eat the first fruit. Has anyone here just become engaged to a woman, but not yet married her? Well, you may go home and get married. You might die in the battle, and someone else would marry her." Then the officers will also say, "Is anyone here afraid or worried? If you are, you may go home before you frighten anyone else." When the officers have finished speaking to their troops, they will appoint the unit commanders. Okay. So, some reasons given to not have to fight. Engaged to be married, but not actually married yet. Sounds fair enough. The whole planting a vineyard and not eating its fruit, like, the first fruits were very important. At least in this particular context. Really, for the most part, those kinds of things were supposed to be designated, offered, whatever. Designated to be offered to God. But generally, with the offerings, there were portions of those that would be eaten by the person giving the offering. In any case, though, like, it doesn't seem right to have someone do the work in setting something up, whether it be vineyard or house or whatever, and not get to reap any of the benefit of that. So I think in order to prevent those circumstances, that's part of the reason those are given as exceptions for, warriors going to battle. And also, understandably, you don't want anybody who's really scared and doesn't want to be there because they're scared, because their fear might add fear to other people and just compound the problem. So, yeah. Basically, they wanted none of the fighting troops to have any excuses not to be there. And they wanted... Basically, they wanted all the troops fighting to be all in, on this battle. Like, mentally, physically ready for it. because they might die in the battle, and you don't want them like having any regrets about that. I'm possibly going a little bit beyond what's stated here, but that still seems kind of like the overall broader intent with it. Anyway, okay. Moving on to verse 10. As you approach a town to attack it, you must first offer its people terms for peace. If they accept your terms and open the gates to you, then all the people inside will serve you in forced labor. But if they refuse to make peace and prepare to fight, you must attack the town. When the Lord your God hands the town over to you, use your swords to kill every man in the town. But you may keep for yourselves all the women, children, livestock, and other plunder. You may enjoy the plunder from your enemies that the Lord your God has given you. Okay. So I guess it was just in certain contexts and situations that God wanted, like, pretty much everything gotten rid of. Now, I would assume... Well, you know what? Let me hold off on that, because I just read some of the first couple of words in verse 15, and that seems to expound a little bit and add some nuance to this. But I assume, like, well, it says as you approach a town to attack it, so they're already mentally prepared to fight in this context. So, yeah. In that case, if they're already geared up to fight, but then, you know, the people are, you know, then the people that they would fight agree to terms of peace, I wonder if they would have to outright state that, you know, those people living in service to them, that the people being attacked, or the people being otherwise attacked, would have to live in service to God's people. I wonder if that would be within the terms, like, because if they don't specifically state that, I don't know. I would kind of wonder about the other people then suddenly not being so okay with it, if that was just sort of sprung on them without prior notice. But let's move on to verse 15 here and add some nuance to this before I get too much further into any thoughts of my own. So, verse 15. But these instructions only apply to distant towns, not to the towns of the nations in the land you will enter. In those towns that the Lord your God is giving you as a special possession, destroy every living thing. You must completely destroy the Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, just as the Lord your God has commanded you. This will prevent the people of the land from teaching you to imitate their detestable customs in the worship of their gods, which would cause you to sin deeply against the Lord your God. So all the stuff with the terms of peace and whatnot, like, that wasn't going to apply for them entering and conquering the promised land. Because God wants to weed those people out within the promised land anyway. Because they do things that God doesn't like. So, yeah. Those people were just to be outright destroyed. I assume the footnote is going to say the Hebrew term refers to complete consecration of things or people to the Lord, either by destroying them or giving them as an offering. This translation generally just renders that as the word destroy. But And verse 18 here kind of explains why those particular people groups in the Promised Land were to just be outright destroyed because they would try and lead God's people astray. Specifically towards the things that God doesn't like, that he wants to get rid of them for in the first place. Okay. Sorry, man. So I'm kind of wondering what the situation would be where they would plan on attacking a town that is, distant. Maybe if they were previously attacked by a certain kingdom or group of people first, and they're, launching a counterattack. Or there's maybe just threats or whatever being laid against them. Those are a couple of situations I could think of. I'm sure there are more. But anywho, so, man, I am really worn out today. I don't even actually feel that tired. It's just, I guess, some of that mid-afternoon, like, you've been working for a while, your brain wants to take it easy kind of stuff, while realizing I need to be awake for this. Okay, sorry, that little tangent is going to be edited out of the final video, but stream viewers get to see it. Anywho, okay, I think we'll move on to verse 19 then, and wrap up the chapter. When you are attacking a town and the war drags on, you must not cut down the trees with your axes. You may eat the fruit, but do not cut down the trees. Are the trees your enemies that you should attack them? You may only cut down trees that you know are not valuable for food. Use them to make the equipment you need to attack the enemy town until it falls. So, I guess, trees that would have been more like cedars or maybe firs, spruces, whatever. As it mentions, trees that don't produce fruit that's edible, they were okay to cut down and use to make weapons or shields or whatever. But fruit trees, they were not to cut down. I'm wondering a little bit what the reasoning for that is. I mean, it might be that God thinks that is unnecessarily harsh to whoever they're attacking. Or maybe it's just like, hey, this tree could produce fruit. That might be useful for us at some point if we have access to this tree. So let's not just completely get rid of it. Plus, then, it just messes with the normal, natural growth cycle, pattern, whatever you want to call it, of the trees in question. So, does it really help that much? Again, the best case scenario would be that you're denying food access really to everybody in the area. The good part of that would be denying it to your enemies. But generally that's a kind of an extreme tactic that you don't want to use, because it makes you look even more the villain. But anyway, so yeah, I think pretty much everything in that chapter was new, as in, not previously stated in other books or chapters. But yeah, so I guess this is kind of the expectation of how they would engage in combat with other nations and towns. But anyway, I guess that's going to wrap it up for Deuteronomy chapter 20. Oh, man. Okay. Now, my throat could definitely handle a little more. Maybe could do another chapter here. Okay, 22 is a little bit longer, but I might be able to slip in chapter 21 for the live stream as well. Maybe I'll be, I don't know. Maybe my brain will be on slightly higher alert if I'm not leaning back in my chair. It honestly doesn't seem to be helping a ton at this exact moment, but whatever. Oh, man. I don't know what it is, but especially just after a day of work. Really, at this time in the afternoon, it's supposedly pretty common for people to start yawning anyway. I don't know. Science still has not really explained what the primary, or maybe it understands the primary purpose of yawning, but the nuance to it, like why it happens and all the different contexts in which it happens, have yet to really fully be understood. Anywho, I think I'm going to try to get one more chapter in here at least, and then maybe I'll shift over to some video game stuff. So, let's get to it. Alright. Deuteronomy chapter 21. A lot more subsections than the previous couple of chapters, but I'm still assuming that these are, instructions Moses is giving to the younger Israelites before they go into the Promised Land regarding how God wants them to live and engage in certain things. I say engage in certain things because the last chapter was about war and how they were to, attack or not their enemies. But, yeah. Let's hop in. Deuteronomy chapter 21. Here we go. When you are in the land the Lord your God is giving you, someone may be found murdered in a field, and you don't know who committed the murder. In such a case, your elders and judges must measure the distance from the site of the crime to the nearby towns. When the nearest town has been determined, that town's elders must select from the herd a heifer that has never been trained or yoked to a plow. They must lead it down to a valley that has not been plowed or planted, and that has a stream running through it. There in the valley they must break the heifer's neck. Then the Levitical priests must step forward, for the Lord your God has chosen them to minister before him and to pronounce blessings in the Lord's name. They are to decide all legal and criminal cases. Okay. It's not yet stated what the purpose of breaking the heifer's neck is. I think I might just read the next few verses and then try and get some more thoughts on it. So, verse 6. The elders of the town must wash their hands over the heifer whose neck was broken. Then they must say, "Our hands did not shed this person's blood, nor did we see it happen. O Lord, forgive your people Israel, whom you have redeemed. Do not charge your people with the guilt of murdering an innocent person." Then they will be absolved of the guilt of this person's blood. By following these instructions, you will do what is right in the Lord's sight, and will cleanse the guilt of murder from your community. So, I guess in lieu of being able to find the murderer, like, you don't want to take some random person's life, because that just worsens the problem. So I guess as, somewhat of a substitute for that, but also as, like, almost as a goodwill offering to God, that the heifer's neck is broken, obviously killing it, and basically it's like, all right, God, we can't really figure out who did this, but we want things to still be right with you, God. So we're doing this. We're sacrificing at least something of value as sort of a replacement of that. Please don't be angry with your people as a whole, because, like, if they would have just let it slide knowingly, no, that's not, like, God is not okay with murder, as has been stated multiple times leading up to this point in the Bible. So, yeah, I guess really it's just they're trying to make up for the punishment that they find themselves unable to enact, and still trying to keep things right with God, even if they can't necessarily make it right with the victim's family. Sorry. As to why they would figure out the nearest town, I guess it's just because that's probably the most likely place where that person would be from, potentially. I'm not totally sure if that's the reason, but also, like, deciding on the nearest town makes sure that they're not just, like, arbitrarily choosing some town that, like, would have an outright favoritism one way or the other in, trying to determine a ruling on this case or whatever. Yeah. Okay. Moving on to verse 10. Suppose you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God hands them over to you, and you take some of them as captives. And suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman, and you are attracted to her and want to marry her. If this happens, you may take her to your home, where she must shave her head, cut her nails, and change the clothes she was wearing when she was captured. She will stay in your home, but let her mourn for her father and mother for a full month. Then you may marry her, and you will be her husband, and she will be your wife. But if you marry her, and she does not please you, you must let her go free. You may not sell her or treat her as a slave, for you have humiliated her. It doesn't mention anything about whether or not the woman is previously married. I don't know if it would have been assumed that, like, if she was already married. Well, duh, because if they would have gone out to war against enemies, they would have killed all the men anyway. So, even if she was married, she's not anymore. But, yeah, I'm definitely not going to say that this is right or preferred, but it was within the practices of peoples of that day. This also might still be kind of an extension of, like, really, really early, all the way back in Genesis command of, being fruitful and multiplying. But, yeah. Nowadays, that would be seen as probably not great. Especially in most, like, Western cultures in particular. Really, a lot of more, developed society in this day and age kind of frowns upon polygamy. Although, it doesn't specifically mention that the man is married prior to this. So, but I'm assuming it could be either or, like, and if the man is already married, that's kind of more so what I'm thinking through. Obviously, less frowned upon if the man is not already married. I don't know if the thought process of that day was more so just like, well, better multiple wives than adultery. I don't know. Anyway. But given other statements, especially in the New Testament, it's assumed in this day and age that Christians, at least, shouldn't really have more than one wife. Or spouse. Let's broaden it even a little more. Especially if you're going to be in leadership. But that's kind of an unnecessary caveat, I think. So, that's just how it was. But the point of the whole shaving her head, cutting her nails, and that kind of stuff, I assume that's meant to be sort of a reset. I mean, it might be, okay, so now she's not carrying any of, previous, or at least not as much of previous things from, her former home. But also, having her stay in the home for a month to mourn her father and mother. I mean, the father presumably would have been dead. Mother, possibly not, but even still, getting married in this context, that generally is like, okay, you're living here now in this house, not with your parents. So, yeah, thus the month before actually getting married. Okay. I think that's all my thoughts related to that. So I'll move along. Verse 15. Suppose a man has 2 wives, but he loves one and not the other, and both have given him sons. And suppose the firstborn son is the son of the wife he does not love. When the man divides his inheritance, he may not give the larger inheritance to his younger son, the son of the wife he loves, as if he were the firstborn son. He must recognize the rights of his oldest son, the son of the wife he does not love, by giving him a double portion. He is the first son of his father's virility, and the rights of the firstborn belong to him. Pretty simple there. Firstborn child rights don't change just because a man prefers one wife over another. Not much else to say there. And it specifically mentions the double portion of the inheritance being given to the firstborn. That was, like, part of the firstborn son's rights. Okay. Moving on to verse 18. Suppose a man has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey his father or mother, even though they discipline him. In such a case, the father and mother must take the son to the elders as they hold court at the town gate. The parents must say to the elders, "This son of ours is stubborn and rebellious and refuses to obey. He is a glutton and a drunkard." Then all the men of his town must stone him to death. In this way you will purge this evil from among you, and all Israel will hear about it and be afraid. Now, like, being a rebellious son doesn't automatically assume glutton and drunkard. So I don't know if that's, like, the exact words of what they specifically had to say, or if it was just like, hey, you need to give some detail on how he's being stubborn and rebellious. Because, like, saying that he's a glutton and a drunkard, if he's not, just because he's being rebellious, makes no sense to me. So I think I think the intent there is more so, like, don't just say that he's stubborn and rebellious, like, give some examples of how. So then it can be determined that, yeah, okay, son is definitely being rebellious. Or maybe not. Because it doesn't say this, but I also wonder if, like, they might go through some sort of discernment process to verify the truthfulness of this claim. But yeah, also, just noting that it mentions that he's still rebellious after they discipline him. Like, if he's stubborn and rebellious without being disciplined, then, like, come on. You've basically just... You're not giving him any disincentive from what he's doing. Also, it specifically says son, not daughter. Culture was different then. Daughters might not have had as much leeway on some things to really be stubborn and rebellious in the first place. But I think nowadays the general concept of, like, you know, giving discipline when a child is rebellious, like, that I think applies to any children, not just sons. Also, I wouldn't necessarily suggest trying to go about a similar process and punishment to this in the modern day. I mean, still possibly seek out some counsel, and even, you know, maybe consult your pastor or somebody like that on what the punishment should be, or whatever. But generally speaking, I mean, in the case of significantly being rebellious, today I think it's more so on the parents to, figure out the discipline, the punishment, and be able to handle that. At least, up to the point where the son is an adult, and then it's fairly common to say, okay, you're an adult now, get out. But again, this is assuming the child is being stubborn and rebellious. I'm not saying kick him out for no good reason. Anywho, okay. Moving on to verse 22. Let's wrap up this chapter. If someone has committed a crime worthy of death and is executed and hung on a tree, the body must not remain hanging from the tree overnight. You must bury the body that same day, for anyone who is hung is cursed in the sight of God. In this way, you will prevent the defilement of the land the Lord your God is giving you as your special possession. So, tell you what, let me look at the footnotes here. First one where it says, and hung on a tree, could have been impaled on a pole, which is definitely a bit different. But also, I think the broader idea might be like, hey, don't let a dead body out to just sit there and decay out in the open. Because that will, have effects on the surrounding land. Also, I mean, then there's this second part where it's like, anyone who's hung is cursed in the sight of God. Let's check on that footnote there. Greek version reads, for everyone who is hung on a tree. Okay. Rather than just being hung. Okay. This specified on a tree, so it's kind of assumed on a tree, but, like, I wonder if they felt it necessary to add the footnote in there, just in case somebody doesn't make that assumption. Because otherwise people might take that out of context and say, oh, well, if someone gets, hung on a noose of any kind or anything like that, then they're cursed in God's sight, just outright. Yeah, I don't necessarily know what all situations are and are not supposed to be included in this. But, yeah. Also, it says executed and hung on a tree. I don't know if that's supposed to be, like, executed by hanging on a tree. Because why would you go through the effort of hanging somebody up after executing them? I mean, unless you're just trying to scare people. But in any case, I think the general point of burying the body that same day is supposed to be not letting the decaying body, out in the open. So, would be nice to have a little more detail on, the applicable situations and why such a person is cursed in God's eyes, but I can't say I really know that one for sure. If you have any ideas related to that, feel free to let me know however you can when you watch this. But yeah, don't think I really have any other thoughts there. So I guess that'll do it for Deuteronomy 21. Okay. I bet you this, I mean, considering the last subsection was just various regulations, I don't know if that's really crucial to know with regards to all this stuff. But, yeah. Alright. So I think that's going to do it then for the Bible study portion of today's live stream. Next chapter is a little bit on the longer side of things. Chapter after that isn't so bad. But I don't want to get, like, really far ahead of myself. Especially for people who, you know, the live streams might be their primary way of engaging in these Bible studies of mine. So, yeah. Let's, So I'm going to shift things over to gaming here in a couple of minutes. I do need some time to shift the setup. As I mentioned previously, I'll start off with some Gems of War, because I have a lot to do for the week to catch up on that. I did a fair bit of, you know, video editing and other stuff throughout the week that left me not doing quite so much. Also, there's just a lot in that game for this week. But I can explain more of that once I get into it. So, anyway, give me a minute to shift the setup and get ready for that. In the meantime, I will throw on a little bit of background music for y'all, and yeah, see you in a few minutes, I guess.
Losing time, I'm fading fast. I just wanna make it last. Try to let go of the past. I close my eyes, embrace the blast. Sleepless nights and headaches stack. Restlessness to hell and back. What's my purpose? What do I grab? A slippery surface, a heart attack. And sometimes you just gotta believe there's something that'll give you relief. There's something that'll have what you need, what you need. We're broken, it's tragic, we're not all elastic, but maybe there's magic, believe you could have it. And I know of sadness, the anxious and panic, the infinite vastness of all that is blackness.
Okay. I'm back. And, yeah. Hope you enjoyed the music in the meantime. Feel free to, you know, as I'm playing whatever games I'm playing, feel free to ask any questions that come to mind or just leave some thoughts in the chat, whatever. If it's Bible related, I still have a tab open to, you know, look some things up if I feel it necessary. But otherwise, yeah, just kind of chill, hangout time. Actually, real quick, let me change a little bit of the stream info here, at least in Kick. Just to, you know, reflect what's actually going on here. Well, we are still mostly just chatting. I'm now also playing Gems of War, so I figure that's relevant. So I mentioned there was a lot going on in this game this week. There's this thing, which I haven't even gotten into. There's Underspire stuff, which I have barely been able to touch throughout the week. I've been doing the daily dungeons, and this Festival of Feathers stuff here each day, which there's just a couple times a year there's events like this that you gotta use a certain type of troop to earn some points that you can then spend in this event shop to get certain things. And then, of course, there's the daily adventure board that I've been keeping up with. There's this journey event for the guild that I've been trying to keep up with. And not to mention, pretty much every week at the start of it, I play a bunch of PvP battles. I'm gonna air quote PvP because it's more so like you playing and controlling your team versus AI controlling the opponent's defense team. But still, I try and do some of these battles to get my weekly rank up to tier 1. Because, like, there's daily rewards that you get for getting up to different tiers in that. But anyway, so yeah, that's just kind of the explanation of why I'm playing Gems of War right now, with all the stuff that there is going on. As for today, I did the daily dungeon stuff. I did the Festival of Feathers battles. But that's about all I've managed so far today, because that was, you know, within like an hour or so before work, and then like another hour or so between getting back from work and starting the stream. Alright. I have also brought snackage for the sake of my throat, so pardon me for, you know, indulging in that a little bit. But, you know, it's the trusty Pop-Tarts that generally don't make too much noise, at least. So, by the way, hi, Kick viewers. in particular. I usually focus on YouTube, but I appreciate people stopping by on Kick as well. If any of you feel so inclined, I would like to, you know, maybe get to know some of you if I don't know you already, or like just get a sense of maybe what you're thinking about if I do know you already. Feel free to, you know, hop into the chat, get this thing popping. If you have any ideas for random, like, topics I could just make a short sort of ramble video on for next month when I do my whole, like, shorts timber thing, I'm definitely open to suggestions there. Because I've got a few ideas, but probably enough for every single day. So if you want to just comment with some ideas for that, greatly appreciated. Some of my current thoughts revolve around, well, one of them is very relevant to my work experience and just something that's a little bit annoying with that. Other stuff is just related to kind of political / religious stuff and like sort of the merging of the two going on with some people. I've also wanted to make some short videos because I doubt I'd really end up being able to do a full-blown even top 5 on it. Well, I could, but it would take a lot more time and effort relative to my current schedule. And I just don't think I'd be able to pull off doing a list of 10 or even 5 songs for a certain kind of thing. I'm mostly thinking there are a couple of songs I have in mind that I really think could be made better by just changing like a single word in them, even if that one word is part of the chorus and gets repeated sometimes. But like, okay, take for example, I'll go with the most you know, family-friendly option to mention here. But so the band Skillet, in I guess not their most recent album anymore, but the one before that, they have a song called Reach, and the bridge of said song they repeat the line, "No one ever wants to feel like this," a couple of times, and then it changes to "No one ever wants to hurt like this," and they repeat that, but like the intensity increases as they go throughout the bridge with each line. And I don't know, I feel like it would ramp up the intensity. Granted, this would be a little bit difficult to replicate in a live setting, and or could definitely put some undue strain on vocal cords or whatever, but and again, I'm trying to remember if John's like already kind of yelling at the end of that bridge. If he is, then all that thought process that I just had, throw it out the window. But anyway, so rather than saying "no one ever wants to hurt like this" twice, I feel like, you know, with the bridge ramping up in intensity, it would almost be more appropriate to say, for the last line, if it went, no one ever wants to live like this instead. But maybe that's just me. This is not, you know, anything against the song. I just feel like it would add even more punch to the moment to just change that one little word in there. Especially if he's already doing, like, a yell sort of thing there. Because, yeah, like, rather than only letting your voice pick up the intensity, why not let the words themselves also pick up the intensity in that moment? I'll have to find a way to say that kind of thing, but within about a minute, and try and turn that into a short video. But that's just like kind of one of the ideas that I have. I have one or two other songs in mind to, you know, make some similar comments on in a short video. But I'm not going to mention those here because the songs in question are less family friendly by quite a bit. Okay. Daily adventure board is done. So, did the dungeon, did the Festival of Feathers. I would say next priority for me is the journey event. Because that actually, you know, is a guild-wide thing. See, I think some people are a bit too insistent on, like, I think the first journey event that ever happened in this game, you didn't necessarily get a troop with any, you know, special combo ability, or to use more of the vernacular of this game, you didn't necessarily get a troop with a bunch of looping capability compared to what you do now. So it was just like, yeah, you're going to be fighting a lot of battles that are just continually going to increase in difficulty. And if you choose the harder battles, it's only going to get more difficult even quicker. So really the idea was, especially because there was an achievement attached to it of going, I think, 20,000 miles in one journey event. People generally... Strategy was generally also buying higher shop tiers of this, so then you also get different beneficial potions for your team, and more sigils to do the battles. But the idea at that point was, hey, stick with the lower mileage battles and just do more of those, because then it won't get as difficult as quickly later on, and you might actually be able to keep making progress throughout the whole thing. But, like, people have stuck with that idea even afterwards, which is why you have other people in my guild doing more battles than me, but not having as many miles traveled. At this point, I don't think I'm going to, you know, I already got the achievement, so I'm not buying a whole bunch of extra tiers in the shop for the event to do a whole bunch of other battles for this event. So really, like, I'm thinking to myself, why not do some of the harder battles and get more mileage with not as many battles? So anyway, Yeah, this is the dude that loops like crazy. 3 red gems boosted by dragon allies. Literally all of my allies are dragons. Therefore, it creates, I guess, actually 15 red gems every time he uses his thing. And since he himself uses red, like, major looping capability. But in the off chance, like, his loop gets broken or whatever, I have this that can fill in random wild cards that can be matched with any color. I have this troop that can explode red gems and add more mana. This dude's just here to weaken the other team, basically. Decrease all enemies attacked by 4 on 4 or 5 gem matches. By the way, the looping stuff, like, you have to match 4 or 5 gems to get another move within the same turn. But if you're able to do that over and over again within the same turn, that is what we call looping. Alright. Less talking now, because I actually want to get through this stuff. I really want to play more Digimon Survive, but I feel semi-obligated, as leader of my guild, to do this stuff first. Not just because it helps my guild mates, but also because, like, I'm trying to, you know, keep pace and be able to continue building resources in the game and just doing more things in general with it. Alright, fine. Oh yeah, by the way, Divinia here doesn't just explode all the red gems. She gives 64 life to all my allies. So there's that. $91 damage to the last 2 enemies. The whole summoning a random demon thing isn't great, but this dude worries me a bit more. Because he gains life and armor anytime he uses his spell. Okay, he's gone. Oh yeah, also, because of my hero here, and that last trait there, all allied dragons gain 1 life and magic on 4 or 5 gem matches. So, with all the looping that I'm doing, my troops are also constantly gaining more magic power, which means their spells deal more damage, which makes it then even better and easier to take on higher leveled enemies. Okay. I can get some armor for the event, some souls, just in general, and get more mileage. Heck yeah. Now, I have been going for some of the lower mileage / lower leveled battles in this event, if, like, they give a stat boost or some kind of reward that the higher level battle doesn't. Okay, come on. Enough of that mess. Okay. Wild cards did not give me anything. Honestly, I'm kind of glad Captain Macaw there is the only one that I can attack. And yes, I know the names of some of these troops just off the top of my head. I play this game a lot. Okay, next I'll probably get rid of the Egg Thief, because that one can summon... That one could summon other troops. Explode gems and gain gold, not bad. 77 to all enemies, that's a bit more of a problem. So I'm going to target Sibelius here next. I mean, it's not that much of a problem under the current circumstances, but it's still more of a problem than just exploding gems and gaining gold. Nope, okay.
Mana surge. Mana surge.
Yeah, that one's got spell armor. But it's also, well... Actually, I should probably get rid of this guy down at the bottom here first. Because he can summon things. In fact, he summons things that can then themselves also summon more things. None of these other... Okay, no, that one does not outright summon anything. So I don't think any of them do. What does this guy do? 85 damage boosted by life. Maybe should have considered that a bit more. Considering the damage is boosted by their life. Oh well. They gone now. See, a lot of other times within this journey event thing, like, I've kind of just gotten all the enemies down to where they have like one hit left, and then wiped them all out with Elamogram's spell here, since it does damage to all enemies. But not a great idea in this case, mostly because Valraven. It has a chance to run away, but I don't want it to run away because if I can kill it before it runs away, I get more sigils for the events, which means I can do more battles. Good golly. Well, that didn't go my way. Okay, Valraven is gone. Probably going to get rid of the Garuda here next. I'm pretty sure that's... yeah. Because that one can deal damage to all of my troops. But also kind of debating on doing the whole, like, finish it off with Elamogran thing. Really? The first one's got spell armor. Okay, doesn't matter now. Bye-bye. So I'm not sure if some of the Kick viewers left because I changed over to Gems of War or because I actually tried to get them to say something. I'm not trying to force anything out of anybody. I just, you know, thought I'd maybe, you know, get some thoughts out of people if they, or at least let people know that they were free to leave their thoughts. Whatever. Oh, hey, what's up, Owl? How you doing? I kind of already did all the Bible study stuff. Work was done an hour early, so I started the stream an hour early. But, I also have a lot to catch up on with this game, which is why I'm doing this before potentially getting into Digimon Survive. That's more of what I'm doing, though. As far as how I'm doing, okay. I'm not sure. If you didn't hear yet, I had that, you know, yeah, sorry, I tried to leave a little bit of advance notice yesterday with a post on the channel, but I understand that that might not necessarily have been enough notice to catch that. But anyway. Well, good news is you can watch the archive of the stream later on. But I did wind up doing 3 chapters this week. So it was Deuteronomy 19 through 21. I'm wanting to eventually get a little bit ahead on that. A, to catch it up with gaming videos that I have in my backlog. And B, to have like an extra week of buffer for when I go visit my family in about 2 months. We'll watch it. Not really been on YouTube much this past week. New book. Hey, you know, I don't necessarily get like that with books, but occasionally I've been known to do that kind of thing with video games. So, like, I kind of hear you on that. But yeah. Like, I understand. Life happens. There's other stuff going on. Which is why I don't take anybody's viewership for granted. Actually, you know, for the Thursday stream this week, which was just kind of a chill, take it easy sort of thing, I was there playing Relicta. I had somebody pop in, I guess it was on the YouTube chat, but some new viewer I hadn't really seen before. They talked it up for a little bit. They said they'd try and come back, but I don't assume that it'll be all the time. And I made it clear to them that it's like, hey, I appreciate you watching, but like, I don't assume you'll come back all the time. It's one of those published fanfic retellings of classic literature. Picks character I hate as repulsive and grotesque, and everyone in the universe finds him repulsive. Okay. Published fanfic okay. Huh. I mean, if it's actually been officially published as a book, I assume then it's pretty decent. I know some fanfic stuff can get kind of out there and questionable quality, but I assume this is not that case. You said you have... Okay, I've heard of Sense and Sensibility. Definitely haven't read it, but... Yeah, I've heard of that. I assume the and sea monsters is where the fanfic part comes in. But, yeah, it's... Anyway, back to the whole Bible study issue. Again, if you don't want to wait for it, feel free to, you know, go back and watch the archive of the stream a bit later on. Because otherwise, it's probably not going to make much sense if you wait even longer for the regular, like, shorter per chapter videos to get published in, like, 3 weeks or so. Does this retelling where this thing called the Alteration happened, and the sea creatures are trying to kill humans, okay. Yeah, like... There aren't a whole lot of books that I've actually bothered to pick up and read that I straight up haven't enjoyed. I just am not much of a reader. If I've got free time, I would generally prefer spending it playing video games over and against reading. To be honest, I mean, most of the books that I've read, besides the Bible, post-college, have been, like, either, you know, kind of Christian books that are supposed to be, well, I don't know. They've been Christian books in general, many of which are kind of geared towards life advice sort of ideas. I'm trying to remember even the last book that I read. I did a book swap with somebody about a year or so ago. And then I read something from Francis Chan. And I was just reading that during, like, my lunch breaks at work, basically. Okay. There's still two whole other things, this faction assault and the Underspire, that I've barely even gotten to. The faction assault I don't really care that much about, especially, let me look at, yeah, a Manithrax I have darn near maxed out on stuff, so that wouldn't even really do much for me. But I would like to do a bunch of stuff in the Underspire here. I read a fair bit of classic literature. I don't think I'm as well read as most. Do know and read a lot. Okay. Yeah, I mean, hobby's a hobby. I'm not gonna, you know, rip on people who read books over and against playing video games. They're honestly, I mean, maybe not so much in presentation, but usually the general goal of them is fairly similar in terms of, you know, choosing to engage in them. Unless it's unless what you're reading is some sort of, like, you know, instructional book or like a self-help guide or something to that effect. That's a bit of a different scenario. But especially when it comes to, like, fiction books and whatnot. Wide interests all overlap. Enjoy a good story in whatever form that means. Yeah, I can definitely appreciate that notion. Like, I don't even so much engage in movies, TV, and that kind of stuff as much as I do video games. But, like, a good story is a good story. I kind of have a similar thought when it comes to music. Like, I have my preferences, mostly rock music, but, like, you know, I can enjoy a wide array of music. Like, just a good song's a good song.
Mana surge.
When it comes to music, it's usually more about lyrics. Well, or at least a combination of music and lyrics to me, which is why I'd probably say some of my least listened genres are the ones that are typically just music. Like, techno I'm not as much into, or offshoots like dubstep and whatnot. Not as much into classical music. And I say classical as opposed to classic.
Mana surge.
But, like, you know, if somebody puts those in front of me, I'm not necessarily gonna hate them.
Mana surge.
Yeah. I've got certain preferences that I lean towards. I don't expect everybody to have the same preferences, though. Sorry, it took me a second to notice the last comment there. I was off on my own tangent. As long as I feel something for the characters and the emotions of the plot. Yeah. Which is probably part of what got me so hard about Digimon Survive, honestly. Also, that's part of why, like, you will not find me playing a game just for graphics or anything like that. Or thinking a game is superior just for a certain graphical style or anything like that. Like,
Mana surge.
usually what I go for in games, yeah, the gameplay is important because it's a video game. Like, if the interactive part that makes it a video game is not good, then I'm not going to enjoy it as much. But otherwise, it definitely plot is, like, my other big thing with video games. Which is why I will always prefer games that have, like, a story mode over games that are purely multiplayer. So, like, Fortnite, not as much into that. Call of Duty, yeah, there's some story in most of them, but, like, it's... The main draw for most of those games is the multiplayer, not the story. Whereas even, you know, you go slightly off of that to, say, Halo, at least most of the Halo franchise, like, yeah, there's multiplayer there and people enjoy that, but especially for the original trilogy, it was the story that was just as much, if not more so, the draw of those games. Same with preferring story mode. Would rather play solo and really enjoy this. Yeah. Which, in hindsight, really means I probably should have, back a couple of console generations ago, gone with PlayStation instead of Xbox. PlayStation's a bit heavier on the RPGs and whatnot. But, like, back in 360 era / PS3 era, like, pretty much all my friends were getting Xbox 360s to play Halo 3, and I was like, fine. I really would like to, you know, play some games with my friends too. So I got an Xbox, and I've been kind of attached to the Xbox line of consoles since then. Not that Xbox is severely lacking for, you know, RPGs and other story-based games, but that is more so Sony's specialty. Interesting, complex characters and emotionally moving plot. Made a game in a genre I don't even like. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's interesting what, you know, good world building and character development can do for a game. Last of Us, the first one. It's some people with The Last of Us 2 like seem to have the same mentality of Matrix superfans with the refusal of acknowledging the sequels. Which, by the way, I saw that newest Matrix movie. It was meh. Like, I wouldn't say I recommend it. It was mostly a rehash of really the first Matrix movie in particular. But, like, it decided to go all kind of meta with it. And no, not meta the company. I mean meta as in, like, you know, fourth wall breaking. But not literally breaking the fourth. I'm hoping you catch my drift from that. Yeah, I actually watched that movie while I was on a flight. One of the times that I went to visit my family. I think the most recent time that I actually went to Pennsylvania to visit my family. To be fair, I made my mind up not to play any sequels if they came out before it was even a thing. Yeah, the game really didn't need any follow-up, but, like, you know, businesses are gonna business and try and, you know, get more money out of their intellectual property. I never even played the game, but, like, I watched... Oh, who did I watch play that? It was... I'm thinking it was Jacksepticeye. I don't know. It was some kind of old school big name YouTuber that I saw play through it, and I was just like, I don't necessarily disagree with what they might have wanted to do, but, like, come on. Did you really have to do it this way? Milked the cash cow and alienated a massive majority of the fan base. Yeah. Okay, not going to those rooms, because those are dead ends that give me nothing. I'm trying to find the next gate area thing here and the corresponding keystone. Because that's how this whole Underspire thingamajig works. Phone notifications. Huh, sweet. There was an Instagram reel that the collab channel Same Spirit Gaming got over 1,000 views on that Instagram reel. Granted, not to toot my own horn here, but I also had an Instagram reel for my own channel just this past week hit over 10,000 views. Before the sequel came out, I'd never met a single player of it that hated it. People either loved it or hadn't played it. Yeah, the original Last of Us was, like, generally agreed by pretty much everybody that it was a good game. If they didn't think it was all that good yet, it's just because they hadn't played it yet and might have thought it was overhyped or something. Okay. Alright. Sorry. Had to look at a text message a little bit. Looks like stuff related to running technology things for tomorrow. Speaking of other platforms, just kind of amusing story, I guess. I don't know. Somebody tried to hit me up on Discord because I guess they were also on a certain Discord server that I'm on. Not that I run, that I'm just on and sometimes chat in. But they, like, sent me a friend request on there or whatever, and sent me a message. But long story short, they wanted... It seemed like they were trying to basically sell me on getting help from a certain person who helped them grow their channel. And I was just like, no disrespect, but I'm not trying to get sold on something that I'm not sure I even want. I mean, increased viewership and engagement and whatnot would be great, but I'm not trying to take any shortcuts to that. Because that's not even why I'm doing this. Okay, well, I found the next layer thing that'll give me a keystone, even though I haven't found the corresponding gate for it. I always debate with myself when to use these lanterns. I don't think it's possible for there to be anything else over that way. I think I'll save the lantern for now. Because using a lantern in this thing also gives you double the reward.
Mana surge. Mana surge.
I did mention that I'm trying to catch up on Gems of War stuff for the week, right?
Mana surge.
Well, guess I did now.
Mana surge. Mana surge.
Oh geez, and I just realized there's a whole other thing that I completely haven't even done yet this week that might not even be a thing that could possibly happen in a different week ever, but not that big a deal. I might / should have some time on Sunday to potentially do that thing anyway. So, as long as I get caught up on this, I think I will be okay. Apparently Naughty Dog are going to alienate the watchers of the series too. Apparently a lot of viewers of the series have said the second Joel is dead, they will stop watching. Yeah, I mean, if they're planning on doing the same kind of thing that they did in the games, especially the second one, then I wouldn't be surprised if fans are going to have a similar reaction. Yeah, sometimes I feel like there's too much effort put into trying to make a story unique. That like they'll do something just to make it surprising / shocking, just for the sake of that, not because it's actually a good thing to insert into that particular story arc. That's kind of what I feel like Naughty Dog did in the second game. Have confirmed they're searching for an actress to play. Oh. Now, okay, I'm not saying this will make it better, but like, if they at least put in the effort of doing her backstory first, and then having her do the bad things she does, like, that would be at least a little more understandable than how they approached it in the game. Somehow I don't get a feeling that's how they're going to approach it with the series. But, like, if they did it in that order, it would make a little more sense then, at least, because then you have the character's motivations as the background for doing the things. Honestly, on The Last of Us isn't this groundbreaking new story. Yeah, and I mean, really overall, you know, big picture truth, very few stories are like truly unique. Most of them will take some elements of stories that already exist and borrow from them, possibly just in different combinations than what most people have experienced. Yeah. Yeah, that was a terrible way of doing it. It's like, oh hey, let's have person do a bad thing to very beloved character without any clue why. Oh, but now we're gonna have you play as the character so you understand her a bit better. And then you get the motivations why. No, like, you made people hate the character and then you want them to play as her? That just makes them hate the character even more, because you're taking time away from the characters that they liked already just to try and make them understand this character that you randomly inserted and had kill off a character they liked. But anyway. I still have 38 more of these torches, which means at least 38 more of these battles. I don't think Val Ravens apply to this, at least, so it won't drag on any longer than that. Stripping back all the infected and everything, The Last of Us is basically shell-shocked, traumatized man and orphan girl bond as a father and daughter. Yeah. Which I'm sure has been done in other contexts. In fact, you know what? I'll give you another context in which it's been done. The Walking Dead, the Telltale video game, like, that was rather similar broad premise. And even, like, survival hardships. It's just the zombies look different. Isn't Walking Dead a series? Yes, Walking Dead is a series too. I'm trying to remember which form of media it was in first. I think before any of those, it might have been like a comic book series first. I could be wrong on that. But I think it was a comic book series first, and then the Telltale video game came out. At least the first one. And then there was the TV series. But both of those drew inspiration from the comics.
Mana surge.
But yeah, I was thinking more about the video game because I haven't really watched the Walking Dead series, so I'm not as sure of, you know, character dynamics and whatnot. I just know that the Walking Dead Telltale video game had, oh crud, why am I blanking on his name? Anyway, it had the one guy, and then Clementine, who he basically kind of brought under his wing as like a daughter type figure. Last of Us also had a comic book too. Yeah, there's a surprising amount of just various media stuff out there that draws inspiration from writings. Like, some of it's obvious, like, you know, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, probably even the DC movies and TV shows and whatnot. And then there's some that's also very obviously based off of books like Game of Thrones, the Twilight Saga, that kind of stuff. Hunger Games, I think. But, like, there's other stuff that's less obvious, that is still originally inspired by some form of printed media. Ellie's origins, the orphanage, showing how she befriended Riley. Okay. I think they wanted to show it in the game, but realized it wouldn't work because even the flashbacks of Left Behind are playable. Okay.
Mana surge. Mana surge. Mana surge.
62 damage is not enough. I'll get rid of that. Well, okay, not quite get rid of. Okay. This last dude can be a little bit annoying. Although he's got no attack power now, so never mind. The right move doing that. And that they put it in the comic. Because then if there's anyone who's invested in Ellie and wants to know everything about her, they will seek it. Yeah. Kind of like... Well, I don't know if it's really that much like, but, you know, there's a lot of... Like, a lot of Star Wars printed media now that just really expands on the universe and some of the characters and different things like that. And honestly, I think because of that being available and because of fans expecting the newest set of Star Wars movies to go more in line with that, that was really a big reason why especially the Star Wars like super fans didn't really like the newest trilogy of those movies. I mean, I'm not gonna say they were, you know, executed the best either, just as their movie concepts. I really don't think they should have changed directors between 7 and 8. But anyway, I digress. Yeah. There's also a lot of times like that where something gets big and popular in some form of media or another, and then, like, people want more. Well, some people want more of the story, but others maybe not as much, which is where I think, you know, having printed media expand on the universe of whatever it is really ends up being one of the better ways to go to really fill all that out. Anyway, those that don't care, they lose nothing, as it's hinted in the yeah. I know a Star Wars fan that ranted so much on stream how much he hated the new trilogy. Stream crashed and it took him 20 minutes to notice. That's a heck of a rant there. But yeah, I personally didn't think the newest trilogy was all that bad. I think the worst of the new trilogy was episode 8, because it pretty much took everything. Well, it took a lot of the stuff that episode 7 was building up and just threw it out the window because, oh, I'm a new director, I want to take things my own way. And then that made episode 9 even worse than it otherwise would have been, because it had to try, you know, and still be a trilogy, but also, like, going back to episode 7's director, then all the stuff that probably would have been in episode 8 had to get, like, crammed into episode 9 in a very short time frame. Not seen the new trilogy. I'll hold my hands up and admit I'm not a Star Wars fan. Love R2-D2 and Darth Vader Anakin. Well, I mean, well, I don't know if it really counts as a spoiler to say there's not something, but, like, Darth Vader died in episode 6, so it shouldn't really come as a surprise that he's not there. Then again, there's another character that died that finds a way to come back. So, heard a lot of Star Wars fans rant. Yeah, I mean, those movies aren't exactly all that new anyway. So, spoilers are kind of like, well, I think beyond a certain point, quote-unquote spoiling anything is pretty much considered either not a thing and or fair game. But I do kind of think it would have been better in the new trilogy if they had gone more so with Snoke, or even someone, maybe some other new mastermind pulling the strings. Like, if they had gone with one of those ideas for the main villain of the new trilogy, rather than literally bringing back Emperor Palpatine. I mean, now I will say that that's one thing in the new trilogy that probably played quite a lot into some of the other expanded lore that wasn't in other visual media, but rather the printed media. Because, like, if you read all of that stuff, to my understanding, I haven't read it, but to my understanding, if you read all of that stuff, like, Palpatine has loads and loads and loads of backup contingency plans for ways to, like, somehow keep himself alive, or, like, oh, this plan to take over the world didn't work, so I'm gonna try this now. And just, like, ways to keep coming back as a villain. So the fact that he came back as the main villain in episodes 7 through 9, mostly episode 9, it was like, yeah, it was almost like they tried too hard to cater to the super fans there and go for something that really only they would have anticipated or even wanted, really. Scrape the bottom of the barrel with that one. Oh, on who a certain characters. Okay, I'm trying to make sure I know what you're talking about related to character's parent, because, I mean, you've got, you know, you've got Han Solo being, you know, wow, why am I blanking on, you know, his more common character name that's not Ben Solo, but anyway, him, the... So like there's him. I mean, that was, okay, sure, yeah, reasonable plot twist kind of thing, but, and then I guess, if I remember right, Palpatine was then supposed to basically be, like, Rey's grandfather? At least I thought I remembered it as grandfather and not directly father. But, like, I've watched all the movies, so you're not spoiling anything for me by just stating it outright. It's just, you know, memory. It's... Kylo Ren. That was... Yeah. Sorry, just... I was like, oh yeah, that was the name that Ben actually typically went by. Sort of his Sith name, you might say. Also, like, kind of weird love plot type thing almost going on between them. Eh. Yeah, well, I mean, okay, so if you remember back to the prequel trilogy, like, Palpatine is already, you know, at a decent age, serving at a high level of government when Anakin's like 10. So, the fact of, you know, Anakin being Luke's father, who would have been, well, that still, like, that almost makes grandfather even seem like a stretch, but I'm pretty sure it was grandfather, because, like, that would have been really weird then, because you figure Anakin / Vader was father of Luke and Leia, who were roughly the same age, I think, as Han Solo. Han might have been a little older than them. Oh, only have 2 through 6 on DVD, so yeah. But anyway, I was like, okay, yeah, you've got Han Solo being Ben / Kylo Ren's father, and I'm like, okay, there's got to be at least like a whole nother generation difference in there if you're thinking about Palpatine, you know, being related to current gen character. I say current gen like it's a friggin' Pokemon game or... Anyway, it's a new trilogy character. I mean, feel free to correct me, you know, if my memory is not right on this stuff, but, like, I'm pretty darn sure it was stated that Palpatine was Rey's grandfather. Which, that was also supposed to sort of play into a little bit of like the symmetry and balance of the whole Rey and Kylo Ren situation, because, you know, Kylo Ren was, you know, supposedly on the dark side of the Force, but spawn of somebody who was on the good side, and then Rey was supposed to be spawned basically from the dark side, but working on the good side. So, like, they were kind of, you know, counterbalancing each other that way. I do appreciate the little bit of, like, symmetry to the story from that sort of perspective. I didn't like the kind of awkward, almost like love interest subplot between them, but otherwise the character symmetry and connection between them I kind of liked with the new trilogy. A friend of mine hates Kylo Ren so much that she has requested if I ever go get him as a Lego minifigure. She wants photos of the character getting killed by at least 30. Okay. That's some strong dislike of a character. So, okay, this might sound like a weird comparison at first, but hear me out. The whole thing with Kylo Ren and you know, Rey in the new trilogy kind of almost gave me shades of like Sora and Riku in Kingdom Hearts. Especially their motivations in, like, Kingdom Hearts 2. 1 and 2, I guess, but more so 2. Where Riku's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna work through the darkness, but still kind of for good. And Sora's on the light side of things, just outright. That's almost kind of the vibe that I wound up getting from Kylo Ren and Rey. Kylo Ren is the one who's like on the dark side of the Force, but he still kind of wants to do what's right and or what's necessary to, you know, keep the balance of the Force. And then there's just Rey, who's operating on the good side of things, occasionally has her flaws and moments of, like, you know, being filled with rage or whatever emotions a Jedi isn't supposed to feel. But generally still leaning way more towards, you know, the good side of things. One of her requests is that Darth Vader is one of the minifigs killing him for being in disgrace to the Skywalker line. But Kylo Ren isn't of the Skywalker... Well, I guess because he's Han and Leia's son. Yeah, okay. Even though not in name, he is then of the Skywalker line. Okay. I retract the statement I was about to make. This battle could get a little bit annoying, especially if any of those Gorbles happen to devour One of my troops. And yes, that's what these things are called. They're called Gorbles. I play this game way too much. I know way too many of the troops' names. Way too many of the 1,000+ troops' names just by looking at them. Different person to the one that ranted for 20 minutes. I mean, can't exactly say I'm surprised. There are a lot of people who had some distaste for the new trilogy in various ways. Okay, now maybe I can finally start looping this troop and just be done with all this nonsense. At least within this battle. Okay. Getting a little uncomfortable in my chair. No judgment on knowing their names. I've played Skyrim to a point where I probably know about 70% of the content. Yeah, especially if, like, you're playing through and, you know, you just get to a certain point and it's like, oh yeah, this character says da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, I definitely don't know anywhere near 70% of the troops' names in this game, just off the top of my head. Because, I mean, it doesn't help that some of them have really generic names, too. Like, this one, the spider over here literally might just be called Big Spider or something like that. Giant Spider, sorry. Oh, Giant Spider. And Rockworm. Although I did remember that was called a rockworm, so Oh, man. I still have 21 torches. Okay, so, like, here's the thing. Oh, geez, I didn't even buy... Every day this week, I've been going in and just spending 50 gems for 5 torches here. But the thing is, I hadn't really been using any of those torches throughout the majority of the week. That's why I had so many battles stockpiled up for this thing. But, after this battle, I want to back out real quick to the thing that shows, or at least to a thing where I can see just how many troops there are in the game. Honestly, I remember the names of none of these troops, though. The top one's probably like Lava Scorpion or something. Yep. Second one's probably like Fire Spirit. Oh, man. I think I'm just proving that I know this game too well that I can basically guess their names even when I'm not 100% sure on them. What's this bottom one here? Like, I don't know if Lava Serpent would be quite right. Okay, Wrath Naga. Naga's basically serpent, though. But Wrath instead of lava. Gotta shake things up a little bit. I never said I was in denial. Although I'm definitely making it look more and more nerdy / obsessive as far as my knowledge of this game. Okay, if I go to the troop screen here, no. How do I pull up the thing that shows all of the... Is it? No. There's a button I could press in here that should... Okay, there we go. So there's a total of 1,302 troops in the game. Yeah. And that is constantly expanding by, like, bare minimum 1 or 2 troops per week. But honestly, I think a lot of the troops that I know better than others in this game are just ones that I've had more encounters with. Of course, it does also show their names before each battle. Not saying that that's how I remembered the names of those other troops before, but... yeah. If you don't know what the troop names are, you end up seeing them before the battle anyway.
Mana surge. Mana surge. Mana surge.
Honestly, it's at the point where a lot of the troops that I would even say that I don't know their names, it's more so just like I'm not totally sure that I remember their names, even if I might actually remember it. Anyway, enough ranting on about my knowledge or lack thereof of this game. Oh yeah, so Owl, since you missed Thursday's stream, I guess I might as well make you aware of the next kind of Let's Play video game series that I'm going to be doing. Because I finished up Juju,
Mana surge.
which is funny to say since none of those edited videos have been published yet. But from the live streams and the recordings and editing and whatnot, I finished that. The next game that I will be playing, once again through random luck of the draw, is, I want to say it's called Earth Defense Force. I could look it up here in a bit, but I definitely don't want to end up losing progress in this battle or anything. I shouldn't, if I'm going into something that's not another game and just checking my game library. But yeah, I did the whole randomizer. Okay, let's select a random letter of the alphabet and just pick a game from that letter. And it turned out that the letter I landed on was E, and basically the only games that I had any desire to maybe do a Let's Play series of were these Earth Defense Force games. Because NHL 19, no. That, like, it's a sports game. You know what's going to happen. The Escapists, I think I might have played the first one for a little bit, and I didn't like that enough to really stick with it. So I was like, okay, Earth Defense Force it is. And then I was just like, alright, which one of these is the earliest game out of the 3 that I have? check out the game card real quick. So it seems like it's yeah, so some type of alien comes to Earth, and your task is to basically at least hold them off / kill them. It's a shooter game, which I don't know if I've done any like shooter let's play type things, at least not since the Borderlands games. But I think 2017 here turns out to be the earliest game in the series. Also, I love how it's, titled Earth Defense Force 2017. Game was published in 2006. But it's because the events of the game were supposedly set to take place in 2017. And then I think it's this one second. Yeah, Insect Armageddon. This one specifically says that alien things are insects. So, depending on how the first one goes, I might end up just playing through all 3 of these. But in any case, at the very least, Earth Defense Force 2017 will be the next game that I play through. Assuming I don't absolutely hate it. Which I don't get the impression that I will. See, now why is this not showing the rewards from the battle? I know it'll give me some. It's like, if you do more than one of these boss rooms in the same day, it just doesn't want to show you the rewards of the second one. But whatever. There is potential for more stuff to be down there. Let me try using the lantern anyway. Because the lantern's also supposed to reveal, like, an extra space. Although that might just be for the normal areas that aren't, like, stuck in a corner, so to speak. This is why I'm not entirely sure I'm even going to get to any playing Digimon Survive today. And yes, there's a reason I'm not quite killing any of them off. It's so I can do this. Just, I don't know. Something about the ability to wipe all of them out in one go just seems so much more satisfying than killing them one at a time. Okay, and now I can get through there. So forget any of the other stuff down that way, even if I might have... No, it didn't even reveal anything down there. Oh well.
Mana surge. Mana surge. Mana surge.
This battle has not given me very many good moves.
Mana surge.
Especially when a lot of my matches have been blue, and none of my troops use blue. Like in Skyrim, I could pick them off one by one, but it's so much more satisfying to shoot a lantern above a pool of oil and get them all at once. Well, that one wasn't surviving more than one hit anyway, and that one just took an unintentional attack and died that way. Now they got barrier. Okay, well, since they wound up dying in other ways anyhow,
Mana surge. Mana surge.
honestly, I'm not 100% sure how much longer I'm going to be motivated to keep playing this during the stream. Like, the main reason I play this game so much is just because it's an easy game to play while I'm kind of sort of doing video edits. Granted, if my video edits were more complicated, I probably wouldn't be able to multitask it like that. But at the point where I would really feel the need to have my video edits get more complex, I would probably just hire an editor. Because I wouldn't feel like I need to do that until it's like, oh, hey, wait, I can actually make money off of this. And even then, really, I think my strategy would more so be like, okay, if I get to the point where I can monetize, maybe I can, you know, get someone to edit my videos. I'll still do my normal, you know, job and get my normal income. And then, you know, assuming that person's edits would help take things even further and increase the earnings to the point where both myself and whoever's editing could live off of it, then maybe I would, you know, quit whatever other job I had and then actually just do this full time. I don't know for sure if that's actually the strategy I'll end up taking long term, but I could see myself doing that. The other thought process I've had is, okay, well, once I start earning enough to live off of it, quit the full-time job, do this stuff full-time, and then basically each of my quote-unquote work days would basically be, okay, I will stream for about 4 hours, I will edit and do other stuff for about 4 hours, and then just kind of adjust other stuff as needed. Because I guarantee you, if I were to try and keep an operation like that, you know, large enough to make a living off of the earnings, and if I were trying to do that all by myself, I would very likely need more than 8 hours per day to, you know, keep that up and running by myself. But the plan would be 4 hours of streaming, 4 hours of, I'd say, even probably just 4 hours of editing. You know, between short form, longer form, and whatever. And actually, you know, working on kind of higher quality edits than what I do now. And then maybe, you know, as circumstances present themselves, maybe spend a little more time than that on editing. Maybe, if not, then, you know, I'll spend some time intentionally making connections. Maybe, you know, hopping into other people's live streams and or being a guest in their videos, or even just, you know, connecting through different social media stuff. And yeah, I don't know. I still have no clue what the actual quote-unquote plan will eventually end up being. So far, I've just kind of taken this as it's come, and, like, you know, just as certain steps to increase/improve things have come up in my mind, and I've been convinced that, yeah, this is probably a good choice to make. I've just gone for it, whatever it is. Like, you know, when I decided, okay, I'm gonna start doing 5 regularly scheduled videos a week. And then before too long, that shifted over to, you know, I've got enough time to also make some short videos in there and do other stuff that's outside the normal schedule, and I can put those on weekends. And then there was the additional, like, okay, should probably get active on Discord, make some more connections there. And there was the whole, like, collab channel thing, which has also helped expand my network. Because we've, you know, contacted other people to guest in our videos and whatnot. And I have likewise wound up being part of some of their stuff. Of course, the collab channel wasn't even originally my idea. It was more so Jordan's idea. But I just kind of went with it, and, like, have also been contributing to expanded efforts on that. Anywho. Speaking of video making, one other thing that I just thought about. I've been trying to, you know, make the ends of my edited videos to where they would work decently for both having a YouTube end card and for just having something there visually for a different YouTube-esque platform called Rumble. But the thing is, I think just because I've been uploading stuff every single day, I haven't given Rumble the time to catch up to my YouTube channel, even though I've synchronized the two. Like, Rumble's supposed to be able to, without me doing any extra uploading, just take the videos that I put up on YouTube and transfer them over to, the Rumble platform. So the thing is, it hasn't synced that up in like 3 weeks. Probably because, again, I've been uploading every single day and probably not giving it a chance to catch up. And it outright says on there, it can take days or weeks to synchronize stuff, and I gotta imagine I'm only making it worse with all the stuff I'm uploading to YouTube. I could also upload it separately to Rumble, but that was, like, not having to do that was the whole point of synchronizing those channels. Anyway. Alright. I might have to turn on the big room light soon if I'm going to continue this stream much longer.
Mana surge.
Also, I've still been talking quite a lot. Throat is honestly slightly sore. But, like, not to the point where it's really bad. Okay. See you in a bit there, Owl. It's the Bat Cave. There's not really a Batman here, though. There are bats. But they're just bats.
Mana surge. Mana surge. Mana surge. Mana surge. Mana surge.
Other phone notifications, Discord stuff. Actually, I don't really care so much about any of that stuff. Alright, you know what? Just so I at least get the satisfaction of 2 kills at once. Okay. Maybe I can get 2 sets of 2 kills. Alright, I'm about to have to throw away some trash here real quick. I figure while I'm up, I might as well turn on the room light. Give me a sec. You know what? I'm gonna keep the camera off for a little bit. I feel like standing. I just want to have the camera on while I'm standing, because otherwise that would look a little awkward. You'd basically be getting a direct camera view of like my stomach area instead of my face. Yes, that is correct. I was already getting up to throw away a little trash and turn on the room light. So I figured, you know what? I'll stay standing for a little bit. Alright. One of these two paths here probably has the next keystone to get through this spot here. Question is, which one is it? I'm gonna get rid of any of these troops first. It should actually probably be this one at the bottom. Because, yeah. Gave reflect to a random ally when matching 4 or 5 more, or sorry, when matching 4 or more gems. Yeah. I mean, that's not the worst, but it's a little bit annoying. Because reflect, unsurprisingly, means that damage dealt to a troop gets reflected back to the troop dealing the damage. Which, enemies getting that would mean then I am taking damage just because I'm dealing damage to them. Although 3 of my troops also have reflect, so how would that work? Would I then reflect the reflected damage? Hey! Here's where I get the keystone. Nice. Also, I'm hoping you can still hear me fairly clearly. I mean, I kind of assumed as much, you know, looking at the microphone output in OBS, but still, I don't know what it is. I don't like to 100% fully assume these things. Yeah, I can still hear. Okay. Yeah. I know eating and typing isn't necessarily easy to do quickly. And on the keyboard. There's also that.
Mana surge. Mana surge.
Doggone it, I keep like tapping the pop screen that I have on my microphone stand. Because literally where I have my hands right now are like right there. Suppose I could just, lift my arms up a bit higher, and that would avoid that problem.
Mana surge. Mana surge.
Way to be a thinker there, Matt.
Mana surge. Mana surge. Mana
Oh, yeah. By the way, in case I've never said this before, I play this game at 4 times speed. Can you just imagine how long this kind of stuff would take if I played it at a slower speed?
surge.
Oh, hey, I'm down to 9 torches. Alright. I guess I'll do that
Mana
first.
surge. Mana surge.
I really need to stop dealing damage to the first enemy early on in these battles. Because, like,
Mana surge.
then they just end up dying before the rest. And I don't get the satisfaction of the full team wipe at once.
Mana surge. Mana surge. Mana surge. Mana surge.
Oh yeah. By the way, not that I'm expecting anything, but doggone it, I messed that part up. Oh well. So I had an idea earlier, Owl. I don't think you were here for it, but so next month I am attempting to bring back something I did last year that I called Shorts Timber. Basically doing a like YouTube short video every single day in the month of September. It's going to be a whole lot more difficult to pull off this year because I already am releasing a video every day at my current schedule. I didn't do that last year. But, a lot of them are probably going to be just, like, random thoughts, kind of like mini rants, almost, on various things. So if you have any ideas for things you would maybe like to hear my thoughts on, feel free to give me suggestions at any time. Because, like, I've got a couple of ideas, but I'm not sure I have enough ideas to fill out the entire month. Of course, I didn't have enough ideas to fill out the entire month last year anyway, but I somehow wound up thinking of ideas.
Mana surge.
Now, there was somebody else who I found out was doing a similar thing last year in September,
Mana surge.
except I think they were doing 2 shorts videos a day. I'm like, no way can I pull that off. Doggone it, the video's gone. That means I don't get to, like, give my troops helpful status effects and stuff. Reactions to moments in previous streams. Something that you haven't played in a while and see how you feel about it now. Okay. It's a thought. Or just, like, go back to some of my old YouTube videos from well before my channel had this kind of format. See how much I cringe at it. But hey, you know what? Those videos are still on my channel because those are part of the journey, dang it. I guess part of what I'd have to figure out for that, though, would be getting the older videos to show up in somewhat decent quality. Because, like, it wouldn't really work well just trying to use my phone to record them as I'm, like, watching them. Although, shoot, I could just use OBS stuff to record that. Just have a scene like the ones I do where I've got, you know, my webcam there next to whatever window from my web browser. Might also entice some newer subs to look up some older content. Yeah, that is also true. The trouble is, you know, trying to figure out which moments are short enough that I can include a clip of what's going on in the video and my reaction to it all within 60 seconds. do remember one moment from my Borderlands 1 playthrough where I just, like, pretty much lost track of what I was saying and realized it, found it funny. But I don't know. Yeah. Okay, I'm back to a sitting position now. Yeah, that reminds me that I used to do, like, blooper reels at least once a year for the first couple of years I had my channel. I also had far fewer videos to sort through, though. And a lot of them were more focused on just me talking, and thus there was more opportunity to have said bloopers.
Mana surge. Mana surge. Mana surge. Mana surge. Mana surge. Mana surge.
Yeah, now I don't really, I don't know. Lately, I don't find myself doing blooper reels so much. Typically in the midst of trying to do, like, quote-unquote highlights for a certain game or whatever, if there was something funny that happened in a certain episode, I might kind of include that. Streamer friend did one of those. It was... dared him not to answer... Sorry, dared him not to swear for 5 minutes. He didn't even last 30 seconds. And that's also a thought. I could kind of, like... it may... not necessarily for the whole Shorts Timber idea, but for some future videos, I could totally compile, like, the short videos that I've made within a certain amount of time and just, like, smash a bunch of those together. Because those are usually also some, like, kind of funny / highlight moments. So, yeah. For like a year or two on my channel, bloopers were just kind of like an annual thing, sort of. So maybe I could get back to that. But rather than having it just be bloopers per se, it'll just be like highlights of the year, including some bloopers. And it'll pretty much just be a collection of all the short videos I made throughout the year. That's a dead end. I don't want to go there. Alright. 2 more torches. And then I'm done with Gems of War for today. Or at least for the stream. I don't know. Depending on timing of things, I may try and play a little bit more doing something else in this game after the stream is done. Oh, man. Really? Really? The luck sometimes that I get in this game. Man. So, let's see here. We had the idea of quick reactions to old videos. I, myself, kind of had an idea of... So, like, I used to do music-related top 5 or top 10 videos from time to time. With my current schedule, that just doesn't really seem to be something I can add on to what I normally do. But I figured maybe for Shorts-Timber I could take some of the list ideas and or, you know, entries from those list ideas and do some short videos on those. See, the thing, though, with doing anything music-related is that I mean, it would probably be helpful to most viewers to include a clip of the songs in question. But the problem is, you know, YouTube copyright doesn't really like that so much. Although there are people who do entire, like, music reaction series, it's usually not so much that you get copyright strikes and you risk your channel getting banned. Most people have figured out how to avoid that. But, like, even on the top 5 or top 10 videos that I've done before, I've gotten just, like, minor copyright notices, basically saying that, hey, this isn't a strike against your channel, but this video can't be monetized if you have this music in here. Which, honestly, long term, I don't care that much about videos getting demonetized. As long as I don't get my channel potentially taken away. Anywho, okay. Done with Gems of War for now. Finally, for the last bit of the stream, we're gonna hop into some Digimon Survive. I'll try to make a little more progress on my Wrathful Path playthrough. I always forget the games that I can, like, skip the initial, you know, developer credit screens or whatever. Because, like, there are some games you can't do that. Okay. Right. We are at the factory area. About to try and infiltrate the enemy base. But before I do that, okay, I was just checking to see if there were any extra areas where nobody was located. You know what? I'm just gonna start from the top. I don't care about looking at affinities this time. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Do. Now he's saying I should check stuff with the camera. Hello. Got some sort of enlightenment slab there. Do. I'ma just save. Okay. Not that I necessarily cared that much about the affinity increase. That's just kind of the pattern of saving I have set for myself. Mostly just from when I was playing this, you know, before and trying to, like, speedrun all of the good affinity interactions. See, I'm still like, I should save, even though I don't ultimately care that much. We'll go with that choice. Okay, yippee. Heading out, want to get back to the book. Okay, yep. You go enjoy that book of yours. And have a good night. Hopefully I'll see you soon-ish. Mew. Da-da-da-da-da. Right, what was this interaction? Eh. Oh, I guess I hadn't chosen this answer before? Meh, whatever. Oh, hello. Now we talk with the professor. I should have saved before this, but whatever. Hidden thingy here. No other hidden thingies. Okay. Was Miyuki abducted to... Okay, karma choice here. Which means I'm going with the wrathful response. Miyuki sings every now and then, right? Lots of conversation that I've had before, or at least I should say that I've seen before. Factory exterior. Nobody's there, though. Let me guess. Battle time. Why am I not surprised? Well, I'ma fight it anyway. Huh, okay. So, I am not seeing a Skull Greymon out of my team recruits. Okay, I'm seeing Skull Greymon and Marine Devimon. I do already have Marine Devimon, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But not Skull Greymon. So, I'll use Falcomon. And then, hold up, what are the levels I'm dealing with? 21-ish. Okay. Yeah, I still think that... Okay, so I'll go Agumon and 2 of my wild Digimon. Or sorry, Falcomon and 2 of my wild Digimon. And then over here I'll go with Agumon and 2 of my wild Digimon. Okay, really, I'm probably just gonna end up talking to the 2 Skull Greymon at most. Monster shakes his head as he starts to leave. I have no idea. Nod my head, I don't know. That was a meh response, okay. Monster looks a bit calmer. Yeah? Staring in fascinated confusion. Take a step forward. Nope, okay. That was bad. Looks warily in this direction. Smile back, I don't know. That makes sense that that would be a bad choice for Skull Greymon. Not in the mood to talk. Unsurprising. Okay. Evolving to Zukiaomon. Go over this way. Focus on Marine Devimon first. Okay, Agumon. Talk with the other Skull Greymon. Staring in fascinated confusion. Okay, I think taking a step forward was not a good response. Stare right back. Nope. Looks warily in this direction. Definitely don't smile back. Chicken out. Nope. Jeez. I keep choosing, like, all the wrong answers. Monster's trying to say something. Nope. Okay. And I really don't much care what happens for the rest of this battle, so... Auto battle, full power. Oh, man. You know what? I know I just got into playing this game today, but I'm kind of wondering if maybe I might end the stream pretty soon. Hold up. Digimon Survive isn't an option for a category in Kick? Come on, man. That's lame. Somebody on the Kick staff should fix that. Oh, hey, Agumon leveled up somehow. I didn't think he was that close to it, but sure. Now then, what to do? Nothing more here, that's for sure. Okay. I already talked with Saki and Mew. Let's go from the bottom then and start by talking with Kaito. Oh, another battle. Okay. Well, if there's any more Skull Greymon in this one, at least I'll have a slight bit of, you know, narrowed down. Huh, okay. So I'm seeing Wendigomon, Deltamon I already have. Diatrimon, I'm not sure that I have a permanent Diatrimon. Andromon, I'm pretty sure I have. Definitely have Gigadramon. So mostly looking for Diatrimon and Wendigomon. Not seeing either. Okay, I do have a Wendigomon. Don't see a Diatrimon though. I see Andromon. And what was Gigadramon I have? Deltamon. Yes, okay, so it's just Diatrimon that I'm missing, so to speak. Okay then. So Falcomon's gonna go there. And everybody else I use is gonna be a wild Digimon. Okay. Not sure if this is necessarily the best idea I've ever had, but it should at least be interesting. Okay, talk with Diatrimon. Want to do fun things. Yeah. Okay, that was a good one. Pulverize ya. Yeah. Okay. Taking a nap after stuffing your face is just the best. Yeah, the best. Okay, cool. I have a chance. Friends? No. Fine. Whatever. Okay. Auto battle. Full power. I don't care about any of the rest of what happens in this battle. Honestly, I figure this is mostly going to come down to Zhu Qiaomon outright obliterating the enemies. The rest of my team kind of struggling a bit, but not doing, like, absolutely terrible. And maybe one or two of my Digimon will end up dying. Like, I would figure Gazumon might end up dying. Wouldn't surprise me if Fangmon does. Eh. Goodbye. Ooh. Hold up. Okay. Maybe shouldn't have done that just yet. But whatever. The reason I stopped the auto battle was because I wanted to do this. So this will let Zhu Qiaomon get over that way even quicker. Nice. This is actually going quite well. There goes Gazumon, though. Not surprised. But with all that movement, I'm pretty sure this battle's over now. Okay. Look at all those levels. Okay. Nothing else to find in this room. Do. How do things between me and Mew look? Besides the fact that you're getting along now. Okay, maybe that wasn't the best answer, but I'm not going for affinities here. I didn't necessarily remember picking that answer before. Anyway. Okay. Another hidden thing over here. What do we got? Another battle. Okay. Another chance to potentially recruit a wild Digimon. Possibly even multiple. Who do we have in this battle? We have an Angemon, Birdramon, Chromon. I know I have a Gardramon, so that's I'm not really concerned about that. I know I've got Megadramon. So, Birdramon, Angemon, and Chromon. Let's see if I have any of those. Not seeing any of them so far. No, because Birdramon I evolved into Garudamon. Okay, I do have Chromon. I do not, however, have Angemon. Probably because I evolved him all the way to Seraphimon. Okay, so might try and get Angemon and Birdramon. There's 2 Birdramon in here, so tell you what, let's use Falcomon, Siakamon, and Floramon. And then just for funsies, the rest of the ones I use will be Wild Digimon. Yeah, like I'm gonna have everybody annihilated in this battle. Okay, kind of wish it would give you an indication of their positions on the battlefield on this screen, but whatever. Birdramon. Is one in quiet time to yourself such a crime? Okay. What would you do if someone told you an idea you believed was incorrect? I'd be a little embarrassed, to be honest. Okay, that was a good answer. Sometimes you should act on emotion instead of logic, don't you think? Be true to yourself? Hey, good. Alright, I've got a chance. Friends? Yay! And since I already have a Garudamon, I'll probably end up keeping this Birdramon as is. But just in case, I do wonder if I should try and recruit the other one too. In case there's some other evolutionary chain I haven't filled out. You know, that branches off from it. Ooh, okay. I will go over here. Get rid of this Megadramon. Okay. His turn's done. Pancho Stingmon. Didn't expect him to have his turn next, but sure, whatever. Probably can't hit with that yet. Okay. Floramon. Let's have you talk with Angemon here. What do you think is the most important thing for building trust? Opening up. Okay. Are their bonds stronger than the family? I would say yes. Aha! Very good chance I will have an opportunity at recruiting Angemon here. Is there something you'd like to say to me? Go on, don't be shy. Thanks for being kind. That seems to fit with Angemon's personality. Yeah! Shall you, though? Yeah. That's what I thought. Okay, evolution. I'm gonna go with Sarismon Medium here. Just because that form has a little bit more movement. Also a wider attack range. Okay. Let's talk with this other Birdramon here. And if I don't need it, I guess I can just always kick it out of the group, so to speak. Emotion instead of logic. I said be true to yourself. I'm pretty sure that was a good answer. Yep. How did the clouds in the sky look to you? Meh? I would have thought for something with wings. I'd like to avoid a pointless battle if possible. Meh. That was only the one. That was only the one bar answer. Okay, well, at this point, not much else in the battle I care about. So, auto battle. Also, this is just a random thought. I find it funny in this game how, like, you've got, well, okay, so, assuming you know, are on a second playthrough, working toward the true ending, you kind of have almost opposite evolution developments between Syakomon, Mew's partner, and Kunamon, Ryo's partner. Because Kunamon spends like the entire time not being able to actually speak, just, you know, make sounds. Until he gets to his Mega Evolution, Bancho Stingmon, and then he can talk. Although I'm trying to think if there was a different evolution before that that could talk. Yeah, come to think that Jewel Beamon might have that ability as well. But anyway, it starts off where, at least through the first two forms, Kunamon can't really speak. But then he gains the ability to do so. And then on the flip side, you have Syakomon, who can speak in that form and as Shellmon. I'm pretty sure also as whatever her ultimate form is. But then if you get the Marine Angemon evolution, it's like suddenly she can't speak anymore. That's gonna bug me a little bit, but I'll look into that after my conversation with Aoi here. Saving real quick. Done a great job, we wouldn't be in this situation. Okay. Not the preferred choice, but whatever. Don't care. Not going for affinities. What is Syakomon's ultimate? Oh, duh. Mermaimon. So yeah. Literally any of Syakomon's evolutions, up until Marine Angemon, can talk normally. But Marine Angemon can't. That's true ending only, not even necessarily canon to the evolution chain. And I don't have Kunamon available because of the playthrough that I'm doing. I had to let Ryo die. I guess. Whoops, spoiler alert for anybody who didn't know. Characters can die in this game. Oh, geez, another battle here. There are battles everywhere. I think maybe once I get through this kind of scenario within the story, I'll be done. Ooh, another Diatrimon. And that's the only one that I really am lacking. Therefore, see, look at that. As proof, Wendigomon. And Seadramon there. Deltamon, which I think is another Digimon in this battle. Andromon. Literally setting up right across from the other Andromon. And Saberleomon. Okay. Talk with Diatrimon. Huh? Okay. That was a good response. Anyone else just gets in my way. Nah. I had a feeling that wasn't a great response. Use some food and get out of here. Somehow I get a feeling I'm not gonna... No. I don't know how many different questions one particular wild Digimon can ask, but, it seems like it's got to be at least 6, because I don't remember any of those questions coming up last time I tried to recruit Diatrimon. I think otherwise this battle is going to play out very similarly to how the one battle like this did before. Oh, hold up. Let me go ahead and get this going. Okay, now back to the auto battle. I just figured giving him more mobility helps. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna step away for a second, swap out my drinks, maybe get something that'll be a little more helpful for my throat. Be back in a little bit. Okay, just in time. I have obtained a different drink. It's nothing special, just like a fruit punch kind of juice drink thing. Well, not quite just like a regular fruit punch, because it's like mango flavored. He keeps looking at... I'm gonna save before this, even though I don't really care that much. I don't think I've chosen this answer before, so I'm curious. He's like, wait, what? We reached an agreement? So, like, I know for sure I'm gonna want to end up doing at least one more playthrough of this game, because I want to get, well, I want to see what the Harmony ending is. But also, like, I need to get a couple other evolutions for people. One of those evolutions is specifically tied to the Harmony ending. Oh, hold up. Was that a karma choice? That might have been a karma choice. Whatever. Anyway. I think I chose the right one anyway, because I did the upper choice, which is usually the Wrathful. So I think there's an evolution of Dracmon that depends on doing a Harmony path playthrough. You see, since Agumon has to be in the battle, I figure I might as well just use other partner Digimon here. Let's go with Syakomon, I guess. Oh. And I guess Dracmon, why not? Let's have you talk with Minoru. Not that it's really going to be all that necessary. I just figured that'll help speed things up. But yeah, so Dracmon can gain a Bolt Baudomon Mega Evolution. And I think I can get that from a Harmony path playthrough. The problem is, the evolutions that I don't have for Agumon, or at least the ones that I won't have for Agumon after this playthrough, are more dependent on a moral karma alignment. So, I almost wonder, like, if I just go through the game with just a little bit more of a moral alignment, but I still also keep a good bit of harmony mixed in there. If, like, once I get to the end of chapter 8, if I could still, like, by doing that, get the moral path evolutions for Agumon, but then also still choose the harmony story path. Which would then allow me to get both Baldemon. The only other things I would have to do then, or have to, the only other things I would potentially want to do then would be just any other gaining of Digimon or items to really go like full-on completionist with this. Okay. More talking, blah blah blah. Garurumon feels betrayed. This is probably going to be a karma alignment thing anyway, which means I'm going to want to, yeah, go with that option. You need a truce. Okay. And lots of stuff going on. Miyuki's tied up. Piedmon's there. About ready to sacrifice her. And again, I might as well just use all the, or I might as well just use entirely a set of partner Digimon for this. Actually, you know what? Just because I'm gonna use all the ones that have the sovereign monster evolutions. Okay, once again, I'm gonna have you talk with Minoru. Evolve to Tsukiaomon. Ooh, I could have him get rid of 2 of these guys at once. Let's try and do that. Yeah. Kablam. And turn, facing that way. Evolution by Humon. We'll just have you go that way and face that direction. Okay, the only other thing I really cared much about doing was having Takuma and Agumon talk to each other to boost Agumon's stats before I then just full power auto battle this. Because I'm pretty sure my Digimon are sufficiently leveled to not need to worry about this. Oh, but then, because the auto battle choices, it doesn't necessarily pick all the sovereign monster evolutions. Oh well. Kind of defeats the purpose of that idea a little bit, but meh, not a big deal. Oh. It's not dead yet. And there's another Gardramon. Fun. Well, that one's dead now. I just noticed how long this stream has been. Yeah. Definitely thinking about ending the stream once I clear this section of the story, or whatever you want to call it. Aha! It missed. Pretty much any other time I've fought Piedmon, that attack has had me a little worried. But he's only level 36. Which means, you know, relative to all of my Digimon who are level 80 plus. Oh yeah, right. Garurumon steps in and protects the professor. And then he digivolves to where Garurumon? Although honestly, if the auto battle thing keeps up, he'll just digivolve straight into Metal Garurumon the second he has a turn anyway. Of course, Piedmon's basically dead. He might not even get a chance to evolve. Because one more hit, and I think it's all over. Yep. Okay then. And more story stuff. Piedmon's been defeated, but he's still gonna try and do the ritual thing. Mist appears. Takuma goes to save Miyuki. They both disappear. Other people are wondering what's going on. Now Takuma and Miyuki are in the school building somehow. Miyuki can talk now. And it turns out she knows a lot about what's going on. Okay. Start of part / chapter 8. Flashback thing there. Turns out it was Takuma having a dream. And Miyuki's there too. And then I think they get to a point where they start wondering what to do about their current situation. Should they look around, let Agumon scout it out, or just stay where they are? Honestly, I could zip through this part pretty quickly. Because I don't think there are, like, any Digimon battles in this chapter. And most of the choices are karma related. Well, I shouldn't say there are no Digimon battles. There does end up being the one. But okay, they travel back through there. Takuma's pretty sure they're in, you know, the human world now. So the master took half her soul. Made it hard for me to think and remember things. She's not really sure how it happened, though. Okay, bunch of people. Saving again, but again, because of going for the certain karma alignments, my decision's sort of already made for me. Yeah, I don't think that's actually what she was worried about. More so the fact that everything seems so strange compared to how the world was before. At least, you know, from her perspective. Saving there. Talk with this guy, blah, blah, blah. They find out a little bit about how much time has passed. Now I can talk to this person. Takuma starts getting some sort of idea of maybe how long Miyuki has been gone. They talk a little more about that, I think. They're gonna try to go into the school to get some information. Honestly, I doubt we'll be able to accomplish anything. Why don't we just rest? So we find a teacher. How do we explain what happened? And if we do find someone to ask for help, they'll never believe us. Not much we can do. The others might be stuck in that world forever. The others are still trapped there. So sure, we may not be able to get anyone else to believe us. And I may not have the first clue as to how we could possibly save them. But that doesn't make it okay to just give up. More reason why we shouldn't let ourselves lose
だからこ
focus.
そみんなはもっ
Okay.
と大変な目に遭ってるに違いないんだ。今できることは情報を集
Do
めることだと思う。
do.
ま、ごめんねアグモ。しょうがないな。
Alright, he's gonna hide. Oh, that's right. There's the exploration stuff. Okay, you know what? This might be where I end the live stream then. Because this is enough for my personal liking. Yeah, okay. Well then, on that note, suppose that does it for tonight's stream. Hope you all enjoyed. Feel free to come back next week. More Bible study. Probably more Digimon Survive. Still not 100% sure how I feel getting too much further. But, you know, honestly, I've played this game enough on this channel that, like, concerns about being, like, super family friendly with it, I don't know if I should worry too much about that. Most of my viewer base doesn't seem to care all that much anyway. So, yeah. Plus, I don't really know when I get too many other opportunities to keep playing the game. So, anywho, like I said, feel free to tune in next week, or even on Thursdays when I do more gaming-focused streams. It will not be Digimon Survive, at least not for quite a while, because I have other games that I plan to play through for those streams. But, also, feel free to check out any of my other YouTube videos in the meantime or anything like that. But, yeah. Hopefully I'll see y'all soon. But whatever the case is, till next time, stay cool, everybody.